Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another stream. This is your buddy Z. How are you guys feeling tonight? I'm feeling fantastic. Thank you for asking. So we're over here in the base. We're doing a quick test. I wanted to make sure that everything worked before I shipped it off because I recently have determined that I am going to set up a project at spawn for people to be able to use. Because we are all making little things available at spawn for everyone to use. And I am no different. I'm going to do the same thing. So you can see here, I have what you may recognize if you're very familiar with modded Minecraft as the standard mechanism or tripling system. And if you are not familiar with modded Minecraft and those words just made you go, huh? I'll explain. It's no problem. I got you. Don't you worry about it. So, whenever you put ore inside of a furnace, which this is just an electric furnace, that's all that it is, it will produce from either the raw ore or if you have silk touch, the silk touched ores, a single ingot. Okay, so that's step one. That's just turn ore into ingot for me to use. Okay. Step two adds the enrichment chamber from Mechanism. What this does is it takes a raw ore or it takes a silk touched ore and it makes dust. Then the dust is put into the smelter. The smelter then produces the ore, but it is multiplied by a certain amount. If we look at the recipes for it, you can kind of see some of them. So let's find a vanilla thing. Vanilla thing. See, all this is sort of modded. I want to find something that will be easily recognizable. Here we go. Here's iron, right? So if you put in 3 raw iron, you will get 4 dusts back. So it increases your output by about 25%, right? If you were to use like a silk touched ore, just let me find one of those. Lapis is a bad one because that already has like different weird mechanics for how it does things. Right, so here's iron ore. If you put in silk touched iron ore, you get an iron dust. This is a doubling of the output. Hey Magma, this is my long-winded explanation for people who don't know modded because I like to help people understand. But thank you for joining the stream. So yeah, you double it from this. The reason that there is a difference is because obviously with Fortune you can get more raw ore out of one of these than you can if you just silk touch it, right? So they're giving you 2 options depending on how you prefer to do stuff, right? So that's step 2. That is colloquially called ore doubling, okay? Then you get to step 3. You have to add a few more machines for Mechanism to make this happen. So first, you have the purification chamber, which uses oxygen and the raw ore to make clumps, right? It produces more clumps that then get made into, from this, it gets put into the crusher, and the clumps are made into a, I can't remember what it's called, because it's not called a dust. What is it called? No, I guess it is called dust. Okay, so because this is an ore, right? So it turns it into a dust. And then the dust goes into the enrichment chamber and becomes like a refined dust. Something along those lines. Let me actually see if I can make this a little easier to understand, right? Because if I just do iron all the way across, it's easy, right? So iron you can get from either the crusher or the enrichment chamber. These are the different ways that you could process iron, right? So an iron clump, you can get 18 from one of these, so that doubles it. You can get 2 from this, that's a doubling. 3 from a raw, that's tripling, right? Make sense? So then you take the clump You put it in a crusher. You get a dirty dust. That's the step I was missing. Okay. So then you put that in the enrichment chamber. It becomes like a regular dust. Regular dust you put in the energized smelter and it becomes an ingot. So that's how you triple it. But in order to do that, you do need to provide this machine with oxygen, which requires an electrolytic separator, which takes water and separates it into hydrogen and oxygen. Now, you can repurpose the hydrogen. You can use it for other projects. There are other things that you can use it for. Since I'm not using it for anything with this setup in particular, I'm just telling it to dump the excess hydrogen because it produces more hydrogen than it does water, which makes sense if you think about it, right? What is the chemical composition for water? H2O, meaning 2 hydrogens, 1 water, right? So it produces twice as much hydrogen as it does oxygen. So I just tell it to dump the excess. In order to get the water into the machine, we have a pump. That's all this is back here. This is just something that takes water and puts it into the machine for it to separate. Since water is infinite in Minecraft, unless you're playing a very specific, like, survival-based mod pack, it doesn't worry about taking the source or anything. It doesn't actually pump the water out. It just sort of generates it, which it could from an infinite water source anyways, right? So we're just skipping a step there by allowing Mechanism to suspend our disbelief ever so slightly in that regard. But yeah, so that is one of the plans for tonight. We're going to go to spawn, we're going to build a building, and then we are going to make this service available to everyone on the server. So that way they can use it at their leisure. The only thing that I have to worry about is that this setup does not produce enough power right now to operate on its own. So I will need to add some more power generation to it, or perhaps ask for some help in that regard. So let's pack this up. Dang, that solar thing looks massive in your hand. But yeah, here I've got a shulker box that just has a few materials available to us. And so that is where we are going to start. We're going to start by sneaking over to spawn and seeing what we can find. Now, in my case, right here we've got... We really do have it pretty open. We can go anywhere we want. I talked to the server admin, and he said to me that it's an open canvas. You can build wherever you want, however you want. So far, we have 2 farms that are available here at spawn. We have this Hopper Botany area that has been made available by Aria, and she's working with people to put more of them up, but also to selectively do stuff that other people need. We've got this Cagerium set up by Mr. Huffin Like a Puffin, who has graciously decided to donate a lot of materials to make spawners available for everybody to use. And you can see that they've been going for quite some time. We've got 4 of almost every mob at this point. I think the only thing that he hasn't really been able to generate enough of, wither skeletons, it looks like, ghasts. Blazes are not Oh no, blazes are filled up. He was working on that, so that's good to see. We've only got 3 guardians. Maybe that's the max, though. I don't know how hard Cagerium is. And then, of course, another binding plate would be lovely, because we were running Wither boss drops. Now we are getting Elder Guardian drops, right? But yeah, this is a marvelous setup from Huff. We're quite happy that he did it. The server has benefited it from it quite a lot. I have myself as well. So now we just need to choose where we want to build. So this area right here, this looks purpose-made setup. So I don't want to mess with this. And then, of course, this is the setup for where you can get your starter kit when you're starting out on the server. Or if you die back at spawn and you need to act like you're brand new for a few seconds so you can get back to your base or your gear. But yeah, then we've got this area over here. And I think that I'm going to put it over here on the back of the base. Big wide area. I'm going to kind of take this corner, I think. And we're going to build a little structure over here. And then we're going to set this up inside of it such that everybody will be able to benefit from it. Which, you know, I think it'll be lovely. And then we'll have to do a little bit of terraforming, which I'm not going to lie, I'll probably take care of on my own off of the stream, off of the camera. Because terraforming is one of those things that I, myself, am not super confident in. So it takes me a lot of time to sit, mess with blocks, build up hills and stuff like that. But for now, we're just going to kind of pop the structure into existence. So I'm going to set this down here. And we're going to get some blocks out. I think, yeah, I also have a decent amount of this saved up. Because I want to use these blue nether bricks from Quark as like an accent. I think that's got a good color to it. So we're going to use that for an accent. For the floor, we're going to use normal nether bricks. It's not going to be a big building. As you saw, it really only takes like 7-8 blocks to make this thing work. So I don't have to get crazy with it. But I have very few wires to run it, so it's got to be pretty close to each other. So other than that, we're gonna be sitting pretty. So let's just knock her out, right? So we'll grab some nether bricks and we'll get it started. And you can see my entirely vibes-based building in full view, which is, nope, that's one off. Okay, that needs to be the starting corner for it to be like exactly outside of. Okay, so then we're going to extend it. How many do I need? I need about, we'll just do like a 9x9. That's fine. And then we'll add some variety to it after we've got the floor plan down. So that's 2. That should be 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Magma, I hope you have a great stream too, brother. And I did it wrong. Because now I don't have a 9. This one went too far, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that was 9. Oh, no, I'm in line. My sight is bad. Okay, very fine. I'm glad that it is that simple. Okay, then we just fill this in. As much as we can. Okay, so that basic structure done. You know, you start with a big square. As with most things in Minecraft, right? It all starts with a square. Excuse me while I take a quick sip of my tea. Okay. Then we're going to use some deep slate. Set corners real quick. And then I do want to make sure that these all face the same direction. So I'm going to have to pillar up as I am placing them. That's 5. Good. I did an extra one over there. Oh, counting to 5 is hard. There we go. Okay. So now we got those corner pillars in place. We're going to grab out the warped stem. Okay. There we go. So we've got like a really strong nether vibe going with the nether bricks. We got the warp stem. Although I start to doubt and think maybe I should do this the other way around. Which I think I should. So, see, this is the problem with the vibe-based building, right? Is now I have started to rethink my plan. So let me try it the other way and just see how I feel about it. Oh, I can't pick it up because I don't have any room. Let's put some of this stuff up. We'll get the machine stuff later. Okay, so let's try this. What if I do this? Okay. And then we do... Oh, I don't have a crafting table. Of all things to not have, we don't have a crafting table. So let's make one real quick. And we'll just put it like right there, okay? How do I feel about that? Because that's what I was thinking. No, I don't like it. I don't like that either. Digsy's checking me out. Hey, Digsy. Oh, you're helping with the power problem. Helping out with the power problem, huh? I appreciate that. I will greatly accept these and attach them to the network for everybody's use. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll need it. We will need it. I think I like this color better, though. So I'm going to do that. You think the red's too much? You might be right, sadly. Well, see, the blue is only going to be visible from the outside. So I don't know if that will actually be a problem. We're going to figure it out together, though. Because I think that if I reconfigure to where the blue is the corner post, and you can't see that from the inside, then I think that'll work out better. Because, like, if you look at that, that doesn't look like a bad color combination, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we're mostly going to use the blue as the accent color for the outside. I think it'll work better that way. And the inside of it, it doesn't have to be that much. It really doesn't, because it's just for the machines. That's all that it is. And, you know, if you wanted to be like ultra specific about how stuff should look, you know, you would plan this out a lot more than I have, because this was a suggestion of something that I just took on because I thought it was something that I could provide to the server. I didn't do any planning in creative, which I never do, which I probably should, but I don't. There we go. So we got a little box for now. I want it to have these two entrances. I do not want the other two entrances. I just don't know what I want to do over here yet. But these are probably going to be solid walls. So I'll need to find a different way to detail them if I choose to. Because these are going to have to be where the machines run. Right? And I can mix in like some normal, you know, deep slate instead of using the cobbled deep slate. You know, I have options. This is to get like something down that I can think about, right? So then I'm leaving this way open for other buildings that may pop up around spawn that direction. I'm leaving this way open for other buildings that may pop up around spawn that direction. That's what I'm hoping for. So then the first thing that I definitely need to find a 100% assured place for is the pump. And I honestly think that since I have to pull it out of like water, like I actually do have to have water available to it, that I'm gonna have to kind of go under a little bit. So let's see if I can hit this. And I cannot. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I'm curious if I got that in the right area. Ah, so close. And then there is a way... Yeah, okay, that's how that works. I was like, I know there's a way you can place something below a different block. I just couldn't remember how. But I'm glad that it is that easy. Okay. And then we get our little infinite water source. We'll take the pump, and let's see. I need to have... I need to have it attached to the energy line. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely respect the desire for some of that to be like a vanilla thing, because it would be nice if it was for sure. So I'm going to put this... I mean, like, really, it just has to be on a side, right? So it's just got to be on a side. And then we're going to wrap the cable around like that. And then the pump will have to go there. Okay. So that's step one done. This is now filling up with water. Fortunately, this was enough for it to generate infinite water. It's amazing. I love it. Okay. Then we've got to get the electrolytic separator. That's the next step. And I want it to face this way? No. Exactly the opposite. I want it to face that way. Although I think I even need it... I need it to be like one more. Okay, there we go. I think that'll be fine. No, because all this stuff has to be on a straight line, actually. And I have 5 machines, I think? Yeah, 5 total. That all has to be on a straight line. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it needs to be over here. Okay. So there we go. And then next would be the purification chamber, the crusher, the enrichment, and then the energized smelter. There we go. And then we will take water in there. And then, of course, you know, all of this is something that I can, you know, we're going to hide these cables. We can spruce it up a little bit. I'm just trying to make something kind of cool for now. So I'm going to put this up here. And this one right here. This will be the input chest. This will take in the raw ores or the silk-touched ores and then put it through the whole machine line. That's what its goal is. And then out here, I'll need to leave a space for me to run a line for the power stuff, like the actual generation. Of which I've got 6 cables left to do that. So that's looking fantastic. So I mean, like, everything should already be configured, which is just coming in here and making sure that the stuff is set up to eject the right direction, and that you're telling it to auto eject. So in my case, gases is the one that I had to set up because I'm trying to throw the oxygen onto the next area. You can see eject is on, and then output to cyan right is the one that's going, which in the menu they are color coded. You can probably vaguely see a cyan outline here. That's what designates this as the cyan output. It's also around this. And the only reason it's got the yellow and black caution stripes is because it is currently full. That is why it is like that. So same thing here. Eject on, input coming from that side, input coming from above, output to the side. This one, eject on, input from the side, output to the right. blah, 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 blah. And the only thing I have to do is change here, because in my testing, I was doing input to the side, is I need to put output to the top. But still auto eject on, input from the side. It should automatically be taking energy from below. I shouldn't need to do this one, but just on the off chance that it's not, I am going to tell it, hey, take energy from below. That one has more inputs. Okay. So there we go. So now they should all be configured and they should be good to use. The only thing that I need to do is I need to properly label them so that people know that this is input, this is output. And it should be able to run itself. So other than the energy that it takes to run these machines, it's completely like, what's the word? My English is failing me right now. Passive. Like, you don't need to do anything. You never have to have an input into this other than the ores that you want to multiply. So it doesn't require any kind of, like, you don't have to sit here and watch it other than just make sure that the chunk is loaded, which it's spawn chunks, so I guess it should be loaded at all times, but it might not be. But it doesn't require anything except for power to run. So there's no maintenance on this that I need to do. So I can just kind of leave it here and then it's good to go at this point. I tested it with some chromatic iron earlier because, you know, everybody needs more chromatic iron. There's not a single person on the server that couldn't use some more chromatic iron. So then, as our first little branch of extra materials, we will build out the solar array. Ding, ding. And since that's the center, we will go out like this. And I think that will probably be enough to keep it going. I'll pop this into the wall so that way I can just hide this whole thing. There we go. So then we'll grab out the stuff I had for power and then also attach the stuff that other people had. So these mechanism ones are huge, so I will definitely put them down kind of the furthest because you can see they are truly massive in terms of their scale. Nope, that's so massive that it doesn't even want to join. I may not be able to place it here. I might be intruding too much on the other one's space. So I may need to place that on a different block. Because I had these on kind of opposite ends of the line before and didn't really consider that I may need to place them really far away from each other on purpose. Hey, there we go. So that's how close they can be to each other. So I'll need to make a little bit more of the universal cable to be able to reach that. That's not a problem, though. And then I think I would be able to place these, but I'm not 100% certain since I haven't unlocked the power mod. But I think I'll be able to put these down. Hopefully. I'll tell you what would be a really interesting thing to have available is just something that makes it to where you automatically have shift lock. So that way you can't fall off the edge of stuff. That would be a heck of an interesting thing to exist inside of the game. Hey, fantastic. These do just get added. No problem. Okay. So we'll do a little bit like that. Like that. I think they're generating power. That one's just feeding into the system right now because it lost a little power in processing stuff, I think. Or to fill up the cube, also possible. So in terms of the cube, I need everything turned to an input except for that one. That line needs to be output. So yeah, now you can see that that changed colors to indicate that it is now feeding power in the direction of that. So yeah, we should be good there. And then I also brought these little ones, but I'm not sure if they will actually be needed with the additional help from Mr. Diggsy. But we'll go ahead and put them on for now and see if we need them. And if anybody, we'll just leave them here for now. And if anybody says like, hey, there's not enough power generation or there's too much power generation or whatever, then, you know, we'll know where to come look. And then we just seal that away. We don't worry about it. Hit you with them all caps. Them all caps, thanks. Feel free to add some in, bud. So if I wonder, this is just something to try real quick. How do warped trap doors look? I think they're gonna look bad, but it's what I have to hand, so I want to try it out. No, that doesn't fit. No, I knew it. There is a glass trap door, is there not? Oh yes, and available in a multitude of different colors as well. Although it requires... Well, that one requires create, but none of the others do. How do you get chromatic blanks? Okay, so honestly, that just makes sense, right? Okay, alright. But I think something... If you can close these the same way that you can close regular trapdoors and not the same way that you can close iron trapdoors, that might be a good one. Because just my personal aesthetic says that being able to see the machinery working is a good thing. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Well, let's test this out. Did I do it wrong? Ah, it was glass panes, not glass. Cool. And now the moment of truth. Oh, no. Yep, you can't close them. They're iron trapdoors. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So then we'd have to do it with some kind of a wood edge. Or if we did it with the chromatic, it would look kind of vaguely machiny, but that's very expensive for my resources. I just don't have very much right now, unfortunately. So maybe dark oak? Dark oak seems like it wouldn't be a terrible color. It's just we've got the red floor, so I don't want to add too much of a color shift. And since it's sort of a dark red, dark oak wouldn't put too much of a dent on that. Like this blossom glass, actually, I think would be a better fit. Or maybe this living wood would be a good fit, but I don't... Rusty iron achacha? You think that the acacia, this one? I'm gonna guess that's not aimed at me. But yeah, let's try dark oak. Let's see how we feel about that. And get out some more. Hey, that shouldn't be there. Get where you go. We'll get out some more frames. So that way we can try some stuff. Ding. Ding. Fortunately, you can close these. That looks sort of... That looks sort of good. I like that. So let's make up a few of those. We'll take them back over there and we will enclose the machine. You know what? I don't know how many it's going to take, so let's just take the stack of stuff with us. Okay. You know what? We're going to fly over there so we can talk for a second. How do you like the armor? The white mecha suit? Do you think it looks good? I think it looks good. I've built what, for lack of a better term, I'm calling my overworld set. And I went with the white mecha so that way it kind of fits the theme since I went all mechanism based for my stuff. And I happen to think it looks like a spaceman, which is not at all what I'm doing in terms of my base or anything, but it makes it feel like I'm an enclosed explorer in the vaults. It gives me protection from so many different things, which, you know, may or may not actually be true, but that's some good lore that we can build into it. Now here's the real make or break for this. How do it handle corner? Oh, yeah. That's just fine by me. It almost looks like with the way that they have done the edging on the glass and the wood, it almost makes it look like the glass actually sticks out away from the plate a little bit. Do you guys get that optical illusion too, or is that just me? When you're moving back and forth, it almost looks like that sticks up away from it. But it sure don't. So I need 4 more? That's how many I need for the first area. Oh no. Here problem though. I can't enclose an inside corner. I can't have 2 of them go in that direction. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Don't build on vibes. just plan it out and figure out how you want to build. Don't be like me. Don't fall prey to the same stuff that I'm falling prey to. So instead, let us... I could move the machines forward so that way they're just in line with it, but I gotta be honest, it already bugs me that this thing is like not in the center. Like it's not centered with the build, so I'm probably gonna move it to that back corner anyways. Flip this around so that it's drawing power along those lines. And since this thing doesn't... I don't think this thing actually needs an infinite water source. I could probably just enclose that and then move the machines forward one and then put this all in a straight row. And then knock this down to like a 1x1 door or a 1x2 door. Put a sign there to hide it and write a message. I don't know if that would work as well. It would offend my sensibilities anyways, so... Okay, hold on. Hold. Hold. Ah, yes. I sure did mean to take the nether brick out. That was my intention. That's definitely where I was aiming. Okay. And then the pump has to come... It can't be on the same level because it has to pull power. Like, it's the only block that I have found in this entire thing that can't actually be placed. Cannot just change what side it takes stuff from. Like, the bottom has to be the part that's eating up the water. The side has to be the part that's taking in power. And the top has to be the part that's pumping out water. Trying to see if I can angle this. Okay, correct the first time. Excellent. And that means we can actually just get away with one pipe for the water stuff, which is nice. That's a nice little bonus. Oh, and we ended up with an extra... except it's got to go here. So... yeah, I still need 2 more of those. That's fine. So if I do that, then we got that going. Boom. And then this is wall. Oh, although I didn't actually gain that pipe back because I'll have to pull that forward. But I think the positioning on that was such. Yeah, that has the tanks facing forward. I think that's the way for the machine to look the best. And then we do that. Bring you forward. Bring you forward. Okay. There we go. And then I could, instead of having these 2 here, I could do something that's more solid for just these parts here so that it would actually look like there was a makeshift sort of water silo. I'm getting ideas. See, that's the one good thing about vibe-based building is that, like, you can just sit and go, like, what is an idea for this? Like, what is it, both in function but also, like, in form? What am I trying to do with this? For now, I think I'm going to put those back. Hey, GG, Diggsy. Mr. Diggs getting up there, 25. Welcome to Lucky Hit territory. For those of you who don't know, or weren't here for Huff's stream last night, level 25 is when you unlock the ability to use Lucky Hit. Mr. Lothar, knower of all things, an exemplar of knowledge for the server, explained a very solid build mechanic for it. A very solid build to use Lucky Hit to bring out a lot of benefits. So, I mean, like, that's the function of it done. So let me think. I grabbed these shroom lights while I was grabbing the warped stem, but I don't actually know if I like them for lighting. They were just, like, a thing that was available to me, and so I was like, yeah, let's take a look. If I put them, like, here, they stand out way too much. No. No, that's not how. We can't do that. Hold on. Hold. Roof. Roof. Dark material. Hello.
Hi.
You
want to come check things out?
You're looking fancy.
This is my companion party leader transmog set.
That looks fantastic.
It's pretty amazing. Along with my golden kappa shield.
And your gigantic sword.
And my gigantic sword, yep. That's normal, though.
I'm like the weird person that every single bit of stuff that I do in Vault Hunters, I try to do with the minimal amount of stuff on my screen. So, like, I specifically picked this transmog for my Vault Shield because it takes up less than an inch of screen space. The sword is just how it came. I didn't change it. But yeah, I mean, this is the setup, so now I'm just trying to figure out the build vibe that I want to go for. Right now it runs absolutely flawlessly.
So is this quintupling setup then?
It's tripling.
Tripling, okay.
Unless you use the raw ore, and then it only doubles it, but it's because you get so much raw ore through Fortune already.
Sure. Okay, cool.
And you have to do it in multiples of, like... Oh, actually, I think for the tripling part, it doesn't need to do in multiples. For the doubling part, you have, like, a very specific amount of stuff you have to put in the enrichment chamber. If you're just doing the doubling with raw iron, or raw ore, I mean... But for this setup, you can just put in like 1 for 1 and it'll just go down the whole line and it should be fine. I don't think that it's going to run into any problems unless somebody just like changes some of the inputs or whatever.
Cool. I can't wait to play with it.
What do you think for roof here?
Ooh. So, building design choices and me don't really go well together. If I have something to copy, I'm great at doing that. But, yeah, I'm not the guy for that.
It's all good, brother. But yeah, I mean, like, assuming that it doesn't run out of power, which Diggsy was nice enough to contribute some extra stuff to it, it's good to go whenever.
Where's your power generation?
Out on the side. I'm going to build like a little... Like right now it's just a platform off the side. You can see how fancy it is.
Yep.
But I'll make it an extension of the building as soon as I decide on the full palette. But yeah, Diggsy contributed the 2 cells and the 2 the solar panels there.
Yep.
All the mechanism ones I brought over. And they are ginormous. And I didn't bring enough cable, of course.
I see that. You're a little short there. Yeah,
Fox, I would never forget about you. And thanks for doing the stretch there, Cruiser.
So, usually, I would very soon have a power reactor going, and then we have basically infinite power forever. So you're welcome to tap into that once I get that set up, if you want.
If at some point a flux point gets attached to any of these green lines, then it should just start feeding power, no problem.
Yep. Fun. Okay. I'm gonna go and vault, so enjoy your building.
Enjoy your vault, my friend. I'll be doing that later myself.
Excellent.
So first the stretch. Oh, let me get it out of the way. Let me get it out of the way. As Mr. Fox redeems a voice change. And you can see the champion come out into the streets. For those of you who are not familiar with the power generation available in modded Minecraft, let me very quickly tell you how this works. You can see that we have many solar generators during the day. It'll generate power passively without anybody having to input anything or expend any resources. The reason that we have energy cubes and energy cells attached is so that they can hold the power and build it up over time. And that'll all feed into the network, so it'll be available at any point in the entirety of the server's needs. Yeah, so there's my explanation of power. Channeling legendary wrestling champion Macho Man Randy Savage. I hope you found that enjoyable. It's always fun for me. Roof. Okay, so first off, let me think about how building designs are. How do buildings design? It's a big square right now, so that's throwing me off too. But I think that once we knock them down to the 1x1 doors, it'll actually help out a lot in my mind. Because then we can start doing some basic stuff like windows, and then I feel like it'll all come together for me. So let us grab out some more deep slate, because I didn't have enough. And I have glass pane, so that's good. The other thing that I will need to have is some more of the cabling, which is chromatic steel and redstone block. You can see how expensive it is, which is why I don't have very much of it. Which, by the way, whoever it was that was like, oh yeah, mechanism's very expensive on the Larimar. I think it might have even been Lothar who told me that. It's absolutely true. Mechanism is not balanced. I would dare say that mechanism is not balanced against everything else. I really feel like it's too expensive for what you get. Oh, that was... I tried to do that on purpose. Didn't work. I do it on accident, no problem. Okay, there we go. So let's... There we go. And then just for a moment. I'm going to sneak out here and apply that. And that. There we go. Okay. So then let's do the same thing over here. And then, gosh, it just immediately appears to me. Let's make our faces. I can't do one there, so we'll probably have to give that a pass. Put in some of that. Use some more of the floor material to give us a little bit of a landing pad. See, that's so much easier to get around. There are also nether brick walls. Let's take a look at this. Let's see how we feel. Maybe... Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm in definite risk of something there, but... Hello, little guy. He's just a little guy. And it's his birthday. So what do we think? Do we think that that's too much of a clash? Or is that... So, like, if we're just looking at it from here, like, forget that the floor exists for a second. Does that level of color read too highly out here? To me, it doesn't. To me, I look at that and I'm like, it's fine. But I think I need to not extend it all the way down or all the way up. I think my initial instinct for where it was is slightly more correct. I think if I do it here... I think that's better. Because then it, even if you do include the floor, it kind of, it's like the equivalent of a callback, right? Where it's like you just see that it exists on the outside as well. I don't think that's as much of a problem. I'm also going to knock down... Oh... Ah, I see the command block magic. But you know what? I think it can come down a little bit. I really don't think that this is actually problematic in terms of, like, the functionality of the device. And if Manly gets mad at me, then, you know, it is what it is. I chose to build in a poor location, I guess. That dirt is... Yeah, I think we have to leave that line there. Okay. Oh no, that one also has stuff underneath it. Okay, alright, well. There we go. And that'll suck up the dirt. That little bit of leeway there will be enough for people to get back to it easily. Should be fine. Should be fine. I'm also going to put some of this up just to give me a little bit more space to mess with. Okay, so roof. I could introduce a third color, but I think that really I just need to shade a little bit. So if I just need to shade, then what I should do is something that is inherently dark. So let me see. Deep slate tiles are like an entirely different color from normal deep slate, in my experience. So let's take a look at that. That makes the polished, that makes the bricks, that makes the tiles, that makes the tiles, and then you can make slabs out of them. Good. I was hoping that I would see slabs, so... I thought you could, but I wasn't 100% certain that you could. I've swung by it twice, but I'm trying to hide a little bit here because I also did some more work on the Oasis and I want to look at it with you. But I want to do it together after we've done some more work on this project. Like, that's what I'm hoping for, so... I'm not crazy? Okay, yeah. Try over here. This little encapsulated foresty area looks wild to me. Okay. So let's do that, and then come out on either side. But yeah, you can see how this is like almost an entirely different color than the deep slate, because these are the same, this come from the same block. But is not. Is definitely not same block. Oof. We're going to place this down. We're going to take a look at it and see how we feel about it. And if it looks good this far, then what we'll do is we'll extend the roof up even further. I do think I need 2 more of the nether brick walls, though. I really just need it to go all the way across. I need it to touch the blue. For me. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. So I need more deep slate. If it wasn't incredibly expensive, I'd be worried about trying to get like a portable crafting terminal up so that way I didn't have to keep coming back to get stuff. Unfortunately, it is incredibly expensive. Oh, the slow miss. The slow miss. No, it's over here. Again, the slow miss. Oh. And then the wait for the cooldown. You slowly slide down. Okay. So bam. 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 I'm actually going to replace these tiles. Since these were like double stacked tiles, I'm going to pull these out and just replace them with full blocks. Because I'm under the impression, and I could be wrong about this because I do not have very much experience with a server, but I am led to believe that it is ever so slightly worse for like FPS lag and stuff like that for the game to recognize that there's a double tiles there instead of just having like a single block. And since I don't need it to be a double tiles, I can just have it be a single block. And that's fine. I do try as much as I can. I do try as much as I can, Manly. I want the server to be around for as long as it can be around. I am having so much fun being a part of this. There we go. I mean, I definitely made a face. Like, I 100% see the face there, but every now and then you just do it and you're like, that's how it is, that we gonna roll with that. I gave it a nice unibrow. Although I guess I could take it out and just actually give it eyebrows. I gotta be honest though, having sat here and looked at it, like I put this together, I did a little mock-up, I put stuff together. It reminds you of the villager in the Minecraft movie. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, it is. You can hear it say, huh? Huh? But I think I might just, I might give it the actual eyebrows instead of the unibrow. The more I do this, though, the less and less sure I am about the nether brick. On the floor, I mean. I feel like the nether brick on the floor. Thank you. I'll be here all week. I think the nether brick floor is not working for me. I'm going to have to come back to that. I'm going to have to think about it. The other thing that I'm definitely going to have to add at some point is the muffling upgrades. Because I don't know if you've ever run mechanism machinery, but it is pretty noisy. I'm going to grab some stuff for a demonstration. We'll just do some more chromatic iron. Plus, this will be a good way to double check the numbers and see if the power generation is going to work out. I think it really will with the extra little bit that was added, because it was almost keeping up. It wasn't. It was definitely losing power, but it wasn't losing a lot of power. So it should be the case that I pop this in and then it starts taking, but it didn't. So input's red, auto ejects on. I guess I'll need to make an item cable for that, because it can auto output, but it can't auto input, it looks like. Gases, energy, because it's not taking it in. And input is set up. Okay, so good. I'm glad we found that out. I'll have to make one of the basic item cables. You can hear that gassy sound start to go. Clank. 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 The enrichment chamber begins to hum. And then the smelter kicks on. You can hear that high-pitched whir. No buckets. Pressurized. I think it's logistical. Yeah, items and blocks. So this is what I need. Good lord. Because this in and of itself is also a chromatic steel plus some Larimar. It takes 160, so 16 pieces of Larimar to make this one basic component. And that's before you even get to the fact that you're also burning chromatic steel. But yeah, you can see the ingots are ending up there. So the output works, it's just the input doesn't. And also, normally in Mechanism, there's a way for you to create enriched resources, which is a way to kind of make them slightly better. So, like, if you make enriched carbon by putting, coal or charcoal through an enrichment chamber, that gives you 80 carbon. So it's basically, it multiplies it by 8. Is what that does for the amount of carbon that you get to use with your machines. But there's no way to do that with Larimar. Now, the different tiers of Larimar do provide more. These provide 10, which is 1, basically, right? These provide, I believe, 50. So it's like you get 10 for free by using that. And these provide 250. So that's like more than double. But that's not times 8. Which is what enriching would normally be. And I think that if they added that step to it, that might help to make up for the amount of Larimar that I spent. Because you can see there, I have 46 of the circular Larimar, the extraordinary, which is the best one, right? I have 46 left. I had almost 2 full stacks when I started making that setup. So I burned well over a full stack of not just Larimar, not just perfect Larimar, but extraordinary Larimar to be able to make that setup that I was making. So I do not think that the Mechanism stuff has been balanced very well versus everything else. Personally. Can I just do it anywhere, or does it literally has to be in the center? Okay. And you know what? While I'm here, let's also go ahead and grab over here, I think. Yeah. 2 signs, 2 cyan dye, and 2 glow squid ink. Okay. And then I will need to also get... Because I don't think... I didn't bring it with me, right? I made the configurator, but I'm going to have to make the configurator to pull from there. But... And maybe I'll be a little bit clear. Okay. Ooh. I may end up changing this out for a different style of sign. Because I don't think oak on top of the wooden barrels looks very good. But once that's done, we should have 2 stacks of chromatic iron ingots. Which I already know it's going to work, because I tested it out myself. Ooh, did I not make the configurator? Maybe I didn't. Oh, right, because I needed this, which required those, and I didn't have them yet. That's right. That's right. That's why I didn't do it. Also, I grabbed way more deep slate cobblestone than I needed. So I need a stick and a lapis otherwise. 1 lapi, 1 stick, and then 4 redstone blocks, 3 blocks of gold. Okay, there we go. When I was originally setting up my system, I did not have the metallurgic infuser, which is that machine that I pulled the lair mart in to get the little piece that I got. Oh, in case you were wondering. I don't know how I can nail parkour like 9 times out of 10, but then whenever I go to... There we go, pull. Okay, good. Yeah, it's sliding in now. I can nail parkour, I can jump around the vault all day long. I have no problems whatsoever. I'm trying to make a 1 block, 2 block, a 2 block jump, and I'm like, yep, with it half the time. Okay, let's see how the power is holding up. It is. Fantastic. Yeah, this isn't going down. All of these are still fully powered. So yeah, that little bit of extra kick in from Mr. Digsy definitely did what we needed it to do. Ooh, Fox got a vault artifact somewhere back there. I missed that, Fox, but that's a good find. I do kind of wonder if we're going to come together and do like a big... are we going to put the vault puzzle together as a server, or do we all have to do it individually? I don't know. But okay. That aside, so let me think. Name a celebrity you think might be cool to hang out with. That's the question of the day. For me, I've always thought that it would be very interesting to have like a prolonged conversation with Christopher Walken. Because I think, obviously, he's a man that's had many accomplishments. He has done, he's done many movies. Fantastic actor. I love the way that he talks, how he chooses to inflect his words. And so if any of that comes across, which it does seems to do in interviews, but I don't know if that's how he, really is. Or if that's just how he appears to be. That's the personality, the persona that he puts on. I don't know how much of that would come across, but I would find out if I were able to have a conversation with him. So I think that might be a cool one to see. We're up to 1 stack. All of the actual ore has been processed. Now we're just waiting for the chromatic clumps to be smashed down into the dirty chromatic dust. So this is like the slowest machine, it seems like. Because this is keeping up on a 1-for-1 basis. This was able to push more than this was able to process. And this is doing them 1-for-1. It never seems to have... Okay, it just barely gets a second one in. So that's just like processing time. So these two are keeping up with each other. This one was outputting more than both of them. This is the slow one. So if I put like 1 speed upgrade in this, it might be able to actually keep up with the rest of it. But I gotta be honest with you, upgrades are gonna have to come at a later time when the energy is a little bit more abundant. Once the energy gets out of control and starts popping off, then I can apply upgrades to all these. Although, again, kind of expensive. So a full block of osmium, which I also don't think is the normal recipe for a speed upgrade. I think it's normally an ingot of osmium to do this. Or maybe even, I think it's actually an osmium dust. So like half of 1 ingot of osmium is like the normal mechanism recipe. And then the 2 infused alloys are nothing in normal mechanism. That's fine. They're there normally, just like... And normally also it's normal. It's any glass. It's not tinted glass specifically. So this is an odd shout. This is an odd balance change on their part. I mean, like, the speed upgrades and the energy upgrades are really good. Like, I'm not saying that they're not, but they kind of like... How to say this? Like, they made the recipe more expensive 3 times. Because they made this not a dust. So, I mean, this is times 18 to the normal cost. Okay? They made tinted glass, which is, that's a whole other thing to get that you did not need to get in normal mechanism. And then the infused alloys, the 2 of those are actually normal for mechanism for those to be there, but since they take 40 Larimar points and a chromatic iron, that is more expensive. The iron is 1-to-1 with normal iron, I guess, so this doesn't bother me, but this is times 4 when normally it's 10 redstone. It's normally 10 redstone and 1 iron ingot to make this. So, I don't know about that. It's awful expensive. And then the energy ones, I mean, it's the same story just from a different angle. This is normally a gold dust. Add in amethyst. Times 4 at least on this recipe, times 18 on this recipe. I think you do normally only get one of them, though. So we'll say it's times 9 on that instead of times 18. Filter I never made, so I don't know anything about that. See, this is a steel dust. This is the normal recipe. It is glass, any glass at all, a relevant dust, and then 2 of the infused alloys. This is the normal recipe. So other than the fact that it's times 4 on the Larimar to make what are those called? Infused alloy? Yeah. Other than the times 4, that's the normal recipe. Excuse me. But yeah. So mechanism, very expensive. If you are at a point in your where you're trying to think, do I want to go create mechanism or GG boys? If you're thinking in terms of like which mod you want to go into and like thermal, create, mechanism, I would only go mechanism if like you're really into it. Which I am. And it's not like I don't regret my choice. I just kind of wish it was a little bit more on par with the other things. But okay, enough of my little mini mechanism rant. I gotta build up a little bit around this. It is, like, as much as I don't want to do all of the terraforming right now, I gotta build up something around this. So I'm gonna go over to my portion of the desert where I harvest dirt. This little plot here. And I'm gonna harvest some dirt. So that way I can get to putting some terrain there. And I'm just going to vein mine it with my hands, so that way oh, that was grass. Well, unfortunate. Oh no. I'm gonna harvest out the whole Undermountain here. Oh, but I went into like a I can't get to it low enough. All right, well, you know, it was fun while it lasted. Okay, that gave me a few stacks. Oh, that's actually not even the way I need to be flying. Oh, too far. Step 1. Hide that the floor exists at all. Step 2. Go around the whole edge of the building to give yourself a basis to work with. This is the Your Buddy Z masterclass in terraforming. Thank you for coming to my lesson. By masterclass, of course, I mean complete noob class. I'm not. I'm sorry, Manly. I may have gone on from the subject without realizing you said something. What are you responding to there? Oh, I took out the fine and I didn't mean to. I think that's gonna, yeah, build up, but that's fine. Yeah, if I just go around and I do this, this will at least provide me with like a little bit of a basis to build off of, and then we can kind of expand out from there. I got distracted by stream for just a moment, but that is after all kind of the point, right? And then same thing over here. We cover all of this up immediately. I'm going to go ahead and take off this little landing platform. And then I'm going to build it back up, but more like that instead. And then we'll kind of fill that in a little bit. Okay. And then we'll build... It'll let me, right? Place it under? Yeah. Look at me using the modded tools that are available to me. And then, yeah, I just kind of go around it a little bit. You can see it right there, where I was just like, let's make a little slope. Just something so that it looks like it kind of belongs here. And I'm hopeful that the grass will fill all in. And I think there's even like a mega torch here, and I don't need to do this, but I'm still gonna do it just because I'm that type of person who's like, let's not create an accidental mob farm. But yeah, as the grass begins to spread out, it'll feel a little bit more or less natural, right? There we go. Then it's not perfect. It's not like a perfect slope. This is a 2, that's a 1. Although I feel like I need to come about that far out to give like a good entrance here. So I might have to extend out like a little bit more from there. Like maybe... And then kind of bring it back. There we go. A cave of wonder under it? You know, actually, I'll do this instead. Instead of thinking about like terraforming it like immediately, 1-to-1 like that. I think what I'll do is I'll leave it for now, and then maybe somebody will want to build a shop underneath it. That's a good shout, Manly. I don't need to control everything. But this gives room for people to get into it. Which is the main goal right now, is just everybody being able to access it without having to do some kind of a paraglide side jump to be able to get through the friggin' door like I was doing. But yeah, all the machines done. Boom. 2 things of chromatic iron. So the only things that I have left to do are detail it out a little bit, put a door on it, and then maybe entirely change the floor. I'm still not sure on that. And then right now it's floating in midair, but we'll see if maybe somebody wants to build something underneath it, or maybe eventually if I come up with something else that I can add to spawn, I can build something underneath it. But I love the little eyebrow face. It's so good. So I'm gonna put a cap on that for now, and I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna give it a hard think. I've hit the point where I'm not feeling like creatively inspired now. I'm starting to feel like pressured and anxious about it. So I'm gonna change topics. We're gonna go to something else. I'm gonna stare at this unidentified. I need a new sword, guys. So I think we're gonna buy this, and we're gonna see what we get. So we got really low attack damage for what we could get. We got extra attack damage, though, which is nice. But again, it's like kind of a mid-roll. We got attack range, and we got a slowness cloud. And we got dungeon damage. So that's not great. The sword that I'm currently using is better than that. That's unfortunate. I mean, I could re-roll some stuff on it, but I don't have the resources right now to want to re-roll implicits. So I'm just going to throw that right in here. Unfortunate. Let's put the vault scrap in there. I'm going to make myself another shulker box just so I can easily dispose of materials for the moment. Because I need to do something different. There's dirt in here. I can put that in there. I'm going to go ahead and dump this deep slate stuff in there. Chromatic iron go here for now. Alloy go there. Pipe go here. My inventory's so full of junk. Every time I go out and do a lot of building, though, that's guaranteed to be the case. Guaranteed. So I'm going to do that, and that gives me a place to stick all of this stuff that needs to be kind of sorted out a little bit. Including all this warped stem that I harvested while I was trying to harvest other stuff. This coarse dirt. Those just need to go like... Okay, there we go. I get sorted in here. And that's the thing, right? Like, I have a pretty good idea of where everything goes. Like, my sorting system's not terrible. I'm just a little disorganized right at the moment. But okay, the other thing I set up in between streams is I did get the heat generators set up. So I just surrounded these on lava on all 3 sides except for the back, which is where the power pumps from. And then also there's one underneath it. So these are generating A decent amount. I don't know how much, actually. And then I hooked up a battery in between. I've got another one over here that I've got the metallurgic infuser working on. That's enough to power my RF system. So I can just keep it on. I don't need to turn it off all the time anymore. Which is nice. Which is very nice. I put a gear chest down here and have started sorting some stuff out into it. So that way I would be able to look at what was available. It was the stuff that was hanging out in here and also up top in my vault scrap area. I just went ahead and moved it there so that way I could take a look at it. I put down some wardrobes here. Getting moddy. I put down some wardrobes here to act as switch offs. Because I said earlier that I made a set of gear that I'm like using as my overworld set, and then a set of gear that is like my vaulting set, and then just configured it along these lines so that way I would know which was which. I take the wings and the crystal ball out here in the world so that way I have more mana for dashing. Because I'm trying out, to fix my problems, I'm trying out bullet dash, which requires a lot of mana. I don't use it very much in the vault, but I do use it a lot out here, so I need more mana out here. Okay, so now the other thing. So last time we worked on this river. We started doing this oasis. I've started terraforming around it a little bit. You can see that I'm mixing in some of the grass with the moss and then also the dirty sand to kind of act as a little bit of a go-between. I ended up liking this a lot. Some pods will spread from the spruce trees going. I'll have to move them further away if I don't want this, but right now I'm just kind of rolling with it. I'm torn about the block that's underneath the water. I like that it's a light color. I don't know if I should leave it as the smooth sandstone like it is now. But yeah, you can see there's some more texturing here that kind of goes along lines where sediment and other stuff would have gathered, right? In the corners where other blocks meet. And I left these two out for some reason. Okay, well, you know. Far from perfect, far from perfect. Okay, so did all this up. Changed out the middle island from the sand to be full dirt and full moss all the way up and down. Although I missed that block right there, and that bothers me. And then I made a little bridge to come across from this side to the other side. I mean, I could easily jump across there, although my performance tonight would leave you questioning whether I could do that or not. But yeah, I made a bridge so that way it would be easy to get across over to the little trading hall. And then I started doing the same thing up here. Put some of the dirt and moss around it. Did some of the dirty sand in a few places. Like I said in the previous one, I didn't want to lose all of the sand. I definitely wanted the sand to still remain as like a central fixture. So I didn't want to pull it all up, but like right around the water, I do want to be a little bit more lush, right? Which is why I've done what I've done here. And then I also planted a few of the coconut trees because they've got that right vibe. And then I extended some of their roots down and into the water in some places. And then also made them go a little bit further over as well. So that way it provides a little bit of a, not really a barrier, but just like it added sort of a natural follow line that I think worked out a little bit well. This is an Enderman. I did not do that. I hate that Endermen pick up sand. I really hate that Endermen pick up sand. And then I did some stuff down below too. So first off, for those of you who are like really astute or who are very quick-eyed, that's not sand down there. That's also not sandstone. That's white wool. I did that because I wanted there to be like a bigger color change and a bigger texture change between the sand that's up here and then what is under the water. I just visually, I wanted it to be a little bit different. So that's why I did that. I put a few leaves down here and a few sea pickles. Sea pickles was actually a shout from Lita. I had her come over and take a look at the base, and she made that as a suggestion, and I thought it was a wonderful one, so I did that. Then I put some seagrass down along with the jungle leaves. I think jungle leaves are the most dense, other than maybe like some of the modded options. But I thought they would be good like little underwater algae type spots. So, I liked it. And then because this is supposed to be like an oasis and that has water bubbling up from underneath it, or like it's supposed to be fed by an underwater. That's part of the lore, right? Underwater that's bubbling up. I did go ahead and add some of the soul sand vents. And so they just, they bubble up. Although, is there like a certain area where it's not full water? Okay, there we go. That's okay. It's all sources now. There we go. But yeah, so I added that stuff in, and that's how this turned out. And then I still had the smooth sandstone here, or that's actual sand, I guess. I haven't switched out for smooth sandstone. But I did do some of the lines across from where the wool breaks, because I thought that when you were staring right at it, the line was a bit too distinct. And I should do some more variation here to make it like even less distinct. But the problem is that I can't extend too far that way, or this water line will try to extend out away from it as well. So I'll have to build in a little bit to make this look less like an obvious line. But we're getting there. This is an ongoing project. This is never something that I was going to finish like in one day or in one stream, because I'm just not that confident or that good at it. But yeah, so now that we've gone over some of the building stuff, I think it's time for a vault. Would you agree, chat, that it's time to vault? So we'll switch our gear. You can see we just have to click and then that one button, and then it switches over everything. As long as it has a same slot to replace it, that's why I'm having to now rock something in the blue slot, so that way the wings will actually go over. This is all the dark mechanism armor, so you can now see that that's like the difference on character, right? And my belt doesn't change places. It doesn't take my my loot belt, because I don't have one on over here. So that's why that doesn't go anywhere. In case you were wondering. It's also of some random determination to me whether or not you are able to interact with this as another person on the server. Earlier, Mr. Half French Oliver Deschamps, came over and he played with it a little bit, and he switched some of his stuff onto it, but then he accidentally walked away with the carapace and the golden burger. So he said that he was not able to put them back in these slots. So I do not know. But yeah, I worked it out with him. And then I should have, I have a vault crystal that's already made. So we'll go ahead and pop that in. It's completely random. We'll just see what we get. Let me switch back to my vaulting materials. Do not take a cyan sleeping bag in with you to the vault, because if you accidentally place that down because you think you're drinking your potion, it will explode. Do you a fair bit of damage, much like beds in the nether explode. So eat a piece of cake, take a deep breath, and head on in. Hey, we got an elixir in the sea salt shade. This is like my favorite theme. I probably say that every time we come in here, but it's true every time we come in here. So, I mean, like, I'm not lying. We'll take this tough, I guess, as the block that we're going to use to manage stuff. And let's begin. Let's see what chests do for us here. I guess we're going to see what ores do for us first. That was a decent amount of elixir. Oh, this is the wrong pickaxe. Let's go... Yeah. That's got fortune, right? Yeah. Oh. Excuse me? Is this like a... Oh, it's a slab. Okay, I was like, why? Why? Nice to start off in an ore room. Oh, good lord. That guy... I'm now at the point where I get tanks that throw javelins. Okay, alright. Fair play game. I gotta start watching out. I'm in danger. I'm in even more danger than I have been in previously. I'm also getting the tier 3 vault dwellers that are wearing armor. And weapons. I like just hit 40 very recently. I was running a vault last night to try to help out with Mr. Pufflin's gold needs. So I was trying to help him out. And I did not help out very much. I'm going to be honest. But yeah, so I just did this last night, kind of like towards the end of my night. So I haven't actually read the quests or the rule changes for level 40. So right now we're just sort of operating... we're just kind of operating by the seat of our pants. And I'm certain that I also hit a new gear level, so... I guess a little struggle probably expected. It's weird how the pathfinding gets stuck sometimes. Because I feel like 4 out of 5 guys there decidedly knew that there was a certain way to get up to me, and it was just that last guy that was like, I can't possibly figure out. It makes no sense to me that this even is a thing that can be done. Okay, looks like no trident guy this time, so we're just... just swinging away. Just as a little reminder for anybody here on Twitch, I do post all of the VODs onto YouTube as well. So if you ever miss a certain part of the stream and are really curious about what happened or how I got there, you can always find me at YourBuddyZ on YouTube. It's the same username over there as I use for Twitch. And if you're watching this on YouTube as a VOD and you would like to be here when I am going through it live, you are more than welcome to come to twitch.tv/YourBuddyZ, and you can be a part of the live experience yourself. And I would love to have you at either of those locations. We're going to drop here into the next room, having finished up most of the looting in that one, and let's see what we get next. I've just like boldly dropped into a couple of these little downstairs areas and been like, oh lord, as I saw everything that was there. So I'm being a little bit more cautious now. I'm gonna drink my potion for that one. I feel like also I need to get a better potion. Like I might need to reinvest in the research there. Because my heal's definitely keeping up. But if I had a better potion, I might be more incentivized to use my potion. And I personally need a little bit of incentivizing to use my potion. So wooden chests, not bad. Not a bad amount of elixir. Gilded or ornate chests, not as much. And then gilded, also not as much, unfortunately. That's fine. That's fine. If we just have to loot wooden chests and get mod boxes that might give me more stuff, what a shame. What a shame that would be. That's what the bullet dash looks like, by the way. Now, for those of you who are well versed in Vault Hunters, you may have some experience with bullet dash and could tell me that there's like a better way to use it, or could suggest some more gear modifiers that I can use on the side of it. The only thing I can really think of that's definitely problematic about it is it's got such a huge cost. So for me personally, the only thing that I'm looking at is like either a lot more mana or maybe some more mana regen. Feels like a good thing for me to have. Okay. Aw, trapped. Get out of here. Get out of here. And then a poison. Hey, Dolph. That's cool. It kicked my poison cloud on down here, too. That's rad. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's probably been possible the whole time, but I don't think I've ever seen it before now. Also, as often as I get hit, I'm really like, maybe I should invest a lot in thorns. Because, like, just, like, whatever it is, I really don't think it's lag, because I don't have a bad connection to the server. I really think it's just that, like, I expect the mobs to have less reach than they do. I do not avoid getting hurt. Like, hardly at all. And so that makes me think that I should do something about that. Hey, Lita. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Are you having a good morning, day, evening? That's good to hear. I'm glad you're doing great. And every now and then, I do just flat out go right through the mobs. So, I mean, like, maybe it's not entirely not lag, but every now and then the server hiccups for me. Manly, come on now. Surely that javelin didn't miss that guy twice like that. Come on now. Come on now. Which I say to Manly just because we were discussing it. It's not like I actually expect him to fix it or anything. I want to be clear, Manly. I don't. I do not expect you to fix it. I don't think that's something that just can be fixed, but I don't think that was all me. Yep, skill issue. It is all me. The server operator has declared it, so it must be true. I love that when there is a trident guy, he will just hit his own guys in the back. Like, a lot. Unless I get higher than they are. And that is funny to me every time it happens. It's also funny on my part to go ahead and throw a javelin back at him. Holy moly, magma. Getting a lot of gear. Gee, frickin' G. Getting that much gear to get that many transmogs all at the same time. That's amazing. I'm gonna try something here. This is when I die. Okay. Unfortunately, some of the people are faster. That's bullet dash. That's how bullet dash work. It's so listen, bullet dash in my head, I have immediately made headcanon that bullet dash for me is the same thing as every anime protagonist ever who's been like, what if I just hit him really hard with my head? Like, specifically with my head. That's how bullet dash is for me. I'm sorry if you hear a popping sound. I believe there are some fireworks going off over the lake near my house. Hashtag Murica. We did just have a holiday. Everybody's got leftover stuff that they want to use. Okay, good. This is a nice descending path. 10 minutes left on the vault. I'm very, very close to finishing. Listen, bro, where did you even come from? Dude. But yeah, I love Bullet Dash, actually. I think it's a very fun skill to have. I'm glad it's in the pack. And... oh, I thought that would be the finish of the elixir. But it's going to take, like, one more grouping of wooden chests. Or... you know what? Here we go. And we're done. Most excellent. Most excellent. But yeah, I need to start using my potion more so that way I can use my mana more for attacking. So, is that just... am I reading a secret here? Or am I just... no, okay, I'm just reading the normal loot POI that's here. It just looked weird. For some reason. Which also, I already looted it? Whack. No. I mean, I do need one more double pouch. But I'd rather purchase it with soul shards than gold. But can I purchase it with soul shards? Double pouches, they show up in the black market, right? I'm not crazy? I think they do. I'm gonna not spend that. I'm trying to save up gold right now anyways. So I don't need to be spending it on pouches that are like... it's not even like I'm having a problem with all of the loot that I have right now. I just want it. Friends and fellow vault hunters, I do have another question. Perhaps you will have an answer to. Because also this isn't like a knowledge question. This is like a what do you do? What's your opinion kind of question. So obviously, I'm eating vault steak. That's what I use for my vault food because you chow down on it so quickly. What do you guys use for your food? And do you use different food in the vault than you use, like, out in the world? I feel bad that this guy's here, so I'm going to make sure that he's not there anymore. Okay, just continue on. Straight path. You also use the vault steak, Lita? I love you, Lothar. Okay, good. I'm glad. So, like, it's one of those things that I just kind of assumed that that's what you were supposed to do. Especially because you eat it faster than you eat most everything else. so I'm glad that that wasn't. Lothar eats Vault Sweets, okay. Do you have, like, an auto-feeding upgrade? Because I feel like that's the only way that I could eat Vault Sweets, is if I did it with an auto-feeding upgrade. I don't think that I could sit there and eat one at a time. Did I go up in this room? I don't think I did. I think I went down first, but maybe there also isn't an up? I mean, there is, like, I can see one thing, but I don't think it's worth going up there to get just the one POI. And you know what? This isn't a special room anyways. Next room! We got 3 minutes left. And it's a village. That's amazing. Pass! Okay, good. Lodestone right in the center. That's what I wanted to see. Fantastic. So let's come down here. And we're going to make a danger play. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Let's get over here. Let's get over here. And there's enough special people that wasn't enough. Okay. Alright. So that was only incredibly dangerous. I just almost lost the whole ball right there. Let's drink our potion. Oh, goodness me. I guess I'm not ready to activate a whole room yet. Maybe that's that's still beyond my skill level to activate an entire room. Oh, goodness. But you know, doesn't matter. I'm having fun. Why are you there? Why are you here? A secret room! Oh man, that's a lot of ornate chests. Oh my goodness. Ooh. And I actually want all these. I need better gear, y'all. Sneak?
I need healing.
That would have been a great shout just like a few seconds ago. But you know, sure, I still need healing. So all those POIs I cleared. Man, there's still a lot of stuff here. You know what? I'm gonna eat an orange. Man, this POI is huge, though. I don't think I can do this one, even with, like, an extra minute. Okay. Ooh. And getting out of here is not gonna be as straightforward. Oh, thank you for the shout. Yeah, I needed the help. Also, the other thing is that like killing the monsters doesn't yield anything at this point, so I shouldn't even be doing that. Oh, and that's more stuff that I just activated. Yeah, okay. I was like, I know there's one here in the center. Come on now. Alright, let's head back down here. Grab out a few more things before it teleports us out. Okay. Only a smooth 35,000 experience points. Yep, village room and ore room. Those are the only two special things I found. 62 wooden chests, 10 living, 25 ornate, and we got 28 coin piles. And almost 2,000 soul shards. Turn the magnet off for a second. Let's see what's in the crate. We got a lemon. We got a shield. We got a jewel pouch, some gold, and some chaotic focuses. So we'll dump those in there. We'll put the lemon in there. We'll put the stamp in here. We got a new stamp. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Wunderbaren. Put our tough back in our pouch. And then for the moment, go ahead and break these random leaves. I've unlocked the void management stuff from the vault, and I'm excited about it. Let me tell you, it's pretty expensive, though, in case you were wondering. Because I found out that it was pretty expensive after I bought it. And I'm kind of wishing I knew about it before I bought it. But I was going to anyways, so it's not really that big of a deal. But you need to make this bad boy right here. And, yeah, that's an Echo Pog. That's 3 pieces of black chromatic and then 3 magic silk. It's pretty big. That's expensive. But I am going to love it once I start using it. I'm so confident. And then I got 2 pebbles. I just like, I don't imagine me wanting these. I don't imagine me wanting these ever. So I'm going to go ahead and put those in the lava bucket. So then, loot. Dump them into our chests, huh? Minus the stuff that goes elsewhere. And then also the vault essence. I have already maxed out a full 4x4 drawer of vault essence. So I guess I start a new one. I don't know if you need this much vault essence. I feel like I'm getting a lot. Somebody else would be able to tell me if I'm just crazy, but I feel like I'm getting a lot.
Sup?
Aw. Hi, Kiwi. Thank you for following. I'm glad that I finally get to interact with you directly instead of exclusively through Huff's chat. Let's see what the jewel pouch gives us. Okay, 6.1 and 7. Okay, chat. Kiwi, I am fantastic. Thank you for asking. How are you? Can I do... How do poll work? I'm sorry I'm so bad at stuff. Creator dashboard. Stream manager. New poll. Here we go. Okay. Will I get a worse gem than the 2 that are shown? Yes. No. Okay, chat. I just hit you with a poll. Feel free to vote in it however you would like. The question is, will I get a worse gem by selecting unidentified than what I have showing? So I have showing a 7% trap disarm and a 6.1 mining speed. I've already determined I'm going to choose unidentified. I want to see what it randomly gives me. But those are the two options that are shown. 7%, 6.1. Will I get a worse gem than those? And I'm going to say I will just, any durability gem is worse for me personally. You can't see the poll? That's weird. It's up at the top. Right now it's 50-50. Okay. Locked in. Lothar says, no, I will not get a worse gem. We'll just count that as an extra one. So I'm going to click unidentified, and I got 1.8% item rarity. So just a normal, let me just find one. So 1%, 1%, 1.2%, 1.5%, 1.9%. So that's fairly high along the item rarity scales that we have seen. I think that item rarity is better than the two gems, so I'm going to call the poll that way and say that I did in fact not get a worse gem. View results. Or no, manage poll? You'll have to forgive me. This is the very first poll that I ran, but I saw somebody else doing it today, our lovely Ollie, and that it looked fun. So I wanted to do it. Manage prediction. Here we go. Oh, I should have done prediction instead of poll. Because I can't see who won with a poll. I feel very foolish. Gamba. I don't see Gamba. So let me... Okay. Maybe I don't have that, like, added to my stream stuff. Yeah, I don't have that added to my quick actions. I can't control that. Gamba is prediction? Okay. So I just did the wrong thing. I did not do the right thing. Okay, well I'll give a quick one soon. So that way we can have an actual prediction. My bad. Thanks for helping me learn, guys. So we'll throw that in there with the rest of them, and then we will go and sort the rest of this loot. Catalyst fragments. That one doesn't get anything yet. I didn't get my bounty clear because I did not find any pizzanite. I would really like for these tables to have the same thing that like all the chests have, where I could just click a button right here and it would automatically put things into it that belong in it. Am I alone here in thinking that would be a nice quality of life thing to have added? I think that would be a nice thing to have added. This one, yeah. That's where all of my experience goes. Okay, so next vault. Let's get another crystal going. Hey! That 50% coming up all Millhouse right now. Oh. I do love a good cup of tea. Okay. So let's go in, and then we'll make a prediction on this vault. So it's a scav. You can see the items that are needed. So I guess it'll be a real simple one. I'm going to try to finish the scav. I'm just going to say that up front. So unless something really wild happens, like I get no mega room within the first couple of rooms, that'd be about the only thing to stop me, right? Will I finish the scav? Complete it. Yes. No. Okay, there we go. Gamba's up. For me personally, I need Gilded to get a Spider Soul Charm. I need Living to get 3 Drowned Hide. And I need Black to get Black Mob Essence. Okay. First room, not an Omega room. Come on now. So, kill mobs, loot Gilded, loot Living. I'm only defending this because there's a little bit of Gilded behind you guys. Lothar playing both sides of the Gamba here. Get you from there. Get you... I thought I saw one of the higher tier guys, but I don't see them. And you know, I'm not just gonna not loot Ornate that's right in front of me. I do literally need gear. Ooh, let's see what the hidden one is. This might be an Ornate, or a Living, or a Gilded, or coin piles, which I don't need. Womp womp, it's just wooden. Yes, I did just try to kill an ancient mummy zombie with a pickaxe. Why would you think I wouldn't do that? Although I'm just going to quietly back out of this room, honestly, because it's wooden, and I don't need that. That's wooden, that's wooden. A champion creeper, huh? Got a vault shield. Oh, you know what? I never identified my gear last time either. Oof. Server's struggling a little bit right now. Or I am. It's possible it's me, I guess. Okay. Well, let's check the upstairs. See if it has any of the chest types that we need. Okay. I can't see what this one is, and that bothers me. You know what? Get off here. Just give him a nice little "this is Sparta." These guys, of course, only drop. So, I mean, Black Mob Essence, does that only come from, in this theme, like, the bosses or the skeletons? It doesn't drop from everything. Oh my god, you got... I got on a piece of dripstone that was holding me hostage. Hey, some living. Nice. That's wooden. See, this is a real point where, like, game knowledge can make, like, a big difference also. Because, like, if you just know what type of chest exists inside of certain POIs, you can know that you don't need to go places. So that's definitely, like, an area that, like... It's not really a failing on my part, but it's something that I could be better about, right? Because, like, I don't know what anything or where anything is. Assassins, Lothar says. Okay. Thank you, knower of all things. Also, I did not mark what room I came in from. It looks like I'm not seeing my characterizing marks here. It wasn't that one. I gotta know my way back in case I do fail. Fox has joined the game. Very fine. That does not have my markings. This is such a waste of time, though. I should be doing better. I really thought I did mark the room, which is what makes it even weirder. That's not it either. So by process of elimination, I should have come out of this one. Which I did mark. It's just too dark. It doesn't stick out. Gosh. Okay. Gosh. It's moments like that that really make me think that Manly is just... He just knows better than the rest of us. And I should just download that same mod that he uses. I mean, clearly, my server admin doesn't have a problem with it. Or I should just get a vault compass. Maybe I should just actually get a vault compass. Because I still haven't made one. That's wooden. That's wooden. There's no way I make that. If I just try to do it from where I'm at, I will hit the cactus and then immediately fall down. Or I'll fall down anyways. And it was wooden anyways. Dang. Okay. So now we're going down. Wooden. And I'm out of mana. So let's do a quick check while we're waiting for some of our mana regen. Where are we at? So we've got one Drown Hide. We have not found the Spider Soul Charm yet. And we've got the Black Mob Essence. So that's good at least. We can go ahead and turn that in. And it should go back into the pouch, so we're good there. I got a prediction on right now. I want to stay focused on my lovely viewers. This is some gilded chests, right? I think there's some gilded chests in these POI. Okay. A red scroll, but no Spider Soul Charm. Nope, don't look at the vendor. That is not important right now. I'm trying my best for the true believers who thought that I would be able to do this. Unfortunately, it is my best. That came out awful. Thanks, Lita. Oh, there was one behind me. Lovely. As creepers are notorious for doing, it snuck up behind me and st me. This one can be living, I think, or usually is living, maybe? Yes, very fine. It is a living one. Zombie arm. We'll say this about Bullet Dash. Does not work very well up or down inclines. It's like right here. Works great. That's a great spot for it. Zombie brain! Okay, there we go. There's a Drowned Hide. Ripped page. Zombie brain. Most unfortunate. We're still one Drowned Hide away, I believe. That's wooden. So I guess skeletons are the assassins of this theme. Is that right, Lothar? I'm gonna hit this cord, that painite that's just right up front, but I don't need ore. And husk, they be the horde mob of this theme. No, don't need ore. Okay, downstairs is a bust. Upstairs, already finished. So let's jet back to first room. Yes, and creepers. So creepers also. Assassin mobs. And then, of course, the pharaohs do be the tanks? That's what they're called, right? Like, the hefty mobs? Because champions are the ones that have a buff and an icon over their heads. So they're not champions. Yep, okay, tanks, good. I'm getting my vault terminology down, guys. Soon I will be able to accurately discuss these things. Okay, that's my portal. Okay. So I'm going to hang around the entrance since I have not been lucky so far. I will share with you what is like an unpopular opinion that I have talked to on the server so far, right? And maybe you guys will disagree with the other people I've spoken with, but I actually really like scavs as an objective. Now, do I feel like they're a little RNG-y? Do I feel like you should have a little bit more control over them? Maybe. But of all the vault objectives, scavs, I actually feel like you have to try, like, the whole time. Like, they're the one objective that I'm like, I can't just, like, passively get this. Like, I have to make an effort. And to me, that's interesting and feels like something special. Do you guys feel the same? If you do feel the same, then we will be in small company together. That's a good term for it, Lothar. Lean forward objective, meaning that you lean forward in your chair because you have to focus and pay attention. I'm with it. I like that. Hey, there's our last drown hide. So we no longer need living. So we're just looking... Oh, and I had an extra one. I actually got another one somewhere in there. So we still need the pendant. I'll put that down because I don't have a turn in like right this second near me. Oh my gosh. I have not had a bingo yet. So I can't comment on those. Excuse me? Okay, for a second there I couldn't move forward. That was weird. That's wooden. But I activated it, so whatever. I'll just go forward here. And all the chests are grouped together and can be easily vein mined, so... Ooh. A difficulty normal dungeon? Can I... Let me just see if I can snag a couple of the crates. That's all I was trying to do. It's ornate. I need gilded. Also, I don't know if the scav loot would actually show up there. But I don't need ornate, so...
I need a shield.
Thank you, Lita. You're taking such good care of me. I'm really bad at it, actually. No scav loot and dungeon crates anyways. Okay. Good to know. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool in a way, because, like, you only get, like, a couple of items from the loot crates anyways, so I would feel terrible if all the loot that I got was just scav loot, right? But I also feel like that's a missed opportunity, because that just means that, like, if you're scavving, you can't participate in that thing. Unless you're like, oh, well, I'm only kind of casually scavving. I'm not really trying to finish the objective. That's not anything. My goodness. Did I not walk the room again? Okay, but I chose the right one the first time. Very good. Very, very good. Very good. Very fine. Not that I have very many marking blocks left, sadly. So that's wooden down there. Oh, this was wooden too. I really just need like one gilded chest to actually like be kind, and I would be done with this. I've gotten like the rarer gilded items too, I think. That's wooden, that's wooden. Yeah. Oh, GG Dolph. Same issues for bingos. Just only search for dungeon in order to get high concentration. Yeah. It's not that I really feel like that's like not a good reason to include it so much as I just like... So I mean like they went full reverse the other direction. So it's like, don't participate in this at all instead of only participating in this. I don't really know if I can easily say that that's better or worse, you know? Just... Oh my gosh. There we go. That'll stand out a little bit. Oh my god, and this is gonna be a champion, huh? Alright. What is that champion aura doing? I've only got a minute left. I'm sorry, true believers. There's no way. I'm going to snap up here real quick and kind of run around the top and see if there's any gilded chests. That's living. That's gilded. So actually, hold on. Pull up that vault, actually. Let me take a look here. So no special rooms, so I never ran into that. I did only loot 6 gilded chests, so I guess it's not that crazy. But yeah, man, that was not... We were not lucky, but oh, I'm holding a pog? Why am I holding a pog? Did I get a pog for completion? No, I probably got it from a champion or something, huh? Interesting. I wonder if there was some other loot from that champion that I didn't get because my inventory's so full of BS. Because my inventory is very full of BS. Let's see how much we can just quickly sort out here. Rooted dirt should be in here. Thank you, everybody, for all of the GGs. It, unfortunately, did not go our way. So I'm going to have to end the prediction. Choose outcome. No, I did not finish. So in this particular case, Lothar, who believed that I would finish, but bet on the other side just so there would be points to gain, gained all those points. Where do I think I hid dripstone? I don't know which chest I hid dripstone in, but man, also I'm getting a lot of weird behavior. I might try. There's pointed dripstone. I might try a quick relog just to see if that gets me better connection here. So bear with me, chat, while I leave the server entirely, close everything down, and then relaunch and see if that gets me a better connection. And while Minecraft is taking a minute to reload, I'm going to grab another drink because I just finished my tea. I will be right back, chat. Okay. Get it all bigified. Server's been running flawlessly for me all day too, because I was using it kind of off and on throughout the day while I was doing some other projects. So this is definitely like a weird spot of excuse me, sorry. A weird spot of inconsistent behavior more than it is like anything else that's going on. Diamonds, get all that stuff out. Very fine. Put it all in. Put my experience in here, and then head upstairs to desort everything else. And then we've got a few pieces of gear to identify, so we'll take a look at that too. Bing. I gotta give some of these shulker shards away. Still did not find any pizzanite. Our bounty continues unanswered. Let's see what our next crystal looks like. Bing. I actually do have to pay attention to that. Okay, okay. And then let's... So, I mean, obviously that's a lot of armor. I haven't upgraded my gear in a minute, so you can see that I'm definitely lagging behind in terms of, like, what my stuff is capable of. I also had pretty good gear at the time. And having a bunch of percentage increased attack damage was really nice. Let's see, chest plate. Which, I mean, I know that I could re-roll some of this gear to have some of it, so it's not like... Percentage mana regen and percentage mana. But this is a living piece of gear, so this is like the one piece of gear that is actually just like really hard for me to get rid of. So leggings are like the one thing that I definitely am not thinking about needing new versions of immediately. But my chest and my helmet are pretty, and my shield are pretty old. That's a terrible shield. That, on the other hand, I mean, knockback resistance is whatever, right? But an empty prefix, 19% block chance, that's a new shield for me. 19% block chance and 2 health and an empty prefix and some suffixes that I can redo. Let's play with these shields for a second and see what we can find. None of the other stuff is really shiny for me. Let me scarf carrots for a second until I get my health back. Okay, so let's put this in, and we've got an empty prefix and 2 suffixes that we're very okay removing. I mean, the 2 health isn't even something that's like super great, right? Because it could have been 4. I just like health. So let's, I mean, since I don't care about any of it, let's wild it. 4 health, durability, damage reduction, durability, and effective avoidance. So, I mean, like, obviously the 4 health is better. But most of the other stuff is not stuff that I'm terribly interested in. Bam. And we'll just fill in the extra slot with 2 health. You know what? That's fine. That is a decent shield. Hey, and this shield you can't even, like, see? I love stuff that doesn't take up any screen real estate. Very fine. I mean, let's at least fill in this one and see if it shows anything. But that's gonna be hard to beat. That's a pretty good shield. So let's wild up a little bit. 10 thorns, 4% lucky hit. 16 thorns, 30 soul. I mean, that's a max roll thorns with a high block chance. And the soul quantity is nice. I love spending stuff in the black market. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I love spending stuff in the black market. So I think we are going to rock that, my good men. My fine ladies and gents. So I'm going to put that in there. We'll put it in there for now. And then I'm going to put all this... I'm just going to put all this in here until I can really make a decision about it. I mean, right off the cuff, none of that's looking terribly interesting to me. But my helmet's really old. So if I play with something a little bit, I might find something worth doing. So 80 seeds. Well, let's start off properly then. Except the poison taters. So that's the only thing I don't have a large quantity of. Any concrete powder. 3 lapis, 15 cod. I might have to go to spawn to get the cod. Look at that, Lothar. 30% soul quantity. That's pretty good, right? How do you feel about the shield? I mean, I would have rather had 4 health instead of 2, but that's a pretty good shield if you want block chance, which I do, because I get hit a lot. And almost a 20% chance to not take damage is, I mean, that's just good, y'all. I feel like that's enough lapis. Concrete powder. Do I have... I've made up some concrete before, but I may have already used it all. So, to get 13, I need to craft it twice. Where... So I need 8 sand, and I need 8 gravel to do 2 crafts. Dude, we're in the minority together then. I prefer block chance. Just like a percentage chance to not take damage. That's amazing. Why would anybody not want that? Short answer, this is a very complicated game with lots of builds, and so everybody has a different opinion about stuff. Yeah, I don't have enough cod. See how I very quickly answer my own questions? What do you mean you get less Dura damage? Is it because you're killing them with the thorns, and so therefore you don't take as many hits? Spawn. With this much cod, I feel like I can just make sure I don't need more of it for a minute. And you know what? Are there salmon here as well? Ooh, salmon new. There's only one salmon. Okay, we'll leave salmon for now. Oh, you're saying that less durability damage is actually the gear. Okay. Or is actually for the block chance. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you just don't take the hit, I guess you don't actually take any damage to your gear. That's awesome. My coffee black and my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I take my whiskey neat. My coffee black and my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Brazier, absolutely my least favorite in terms of stuff. And I didn't bring any blocks in with me. And taking stuff from here is going to be... I guess I'll take the layered deep slate. At least it forms like a line. But you worry some, I know. But who wants to live forever, babe? You treat your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. The rest of you like you're the TSA. So I thought about running another prediction on this. And ultimately thought no against it because... I think braziers are easy to finish. Because, like, you just... I mean, like, if you focus on finishing it, let me say, it's pretty easy to finish. That it entices me with its upside down mushroomness. Braziers are very easy to finish because you just run in a straight line until you get enough braziers. So I don't think that this is one that I need to run like a prediction on because I'm pretty sure I'll finish if I just let it happen. You know what I mean? Now, whether or not that's the best way to do a brazier is questionable, right? Because obviously there is some strategy to it where you could look for very specific modifiers and generate only a certain type of looting opportunity that you want. But me, being me, and thinking that, you know, finishing the vault is actually more important than most things, possibly incorrectly, I always choose to finish the braziers. I just go for the first 3 braziers I see, and as long as it doesn't seem terrible for me, then I just go ahead and click them. I think there's been a sum total of maybe 4 brazier clicks that I haven't actually done. And that was because the modifiers for them were terrible. I can't even remember what they were. I think there was a trap disarm that I didn't click. Or not a trap disarm, a trap in-arm. That doesn't sound like a real word. But it sounds close to a word, right? It was a vault that... Or a modifier that added trap chance to chest. And I did not like that. Who wants chests to be even more trapped? I feel like they are already too trapped as it is. And that's my straight line. And also I'm in a corner or an edge, so I have to go back one regardless. And since I have to exit the vault, I might as well go back to the beginning and just pick a new direction. Especially because I do move pretty fast with speed 2 and also the ability to full dash. Yeah, more traps. I'm pretty sure that that was what it was called, and I rightly chose not to accept it. There's my one modifier I've gotten so far, which adds more loot to chests. Oh, hello. Why are you here? How? How? You must have come up from, like, downstairs? That's weird. That's weird. Or I got too close to that mushroom. Equally possible. Kill dweller mobs, and I've got 10 minutes to do it. Okay. What are dweller mobs? Vault fighters. Okay. Yeah. I feel like I did actually know that. That's a lot of dwellers, though. 23. That feels like a lot. I used to have something in my stream UI where I could just add exclamation point commands very easily. Like, I'm sure that it's just like a general way to do it, but it was like definitely something I could do during stream that was quite easy. I'm going to have to figure out either what that is or how to add those, because I got to get that Lothar command in here, as much help as I get from you. I gotta spread the gospel, so to speak. Dog, I've run through like 12 rooms and have only found one modifier. I know they don't always spawn in the center, but come on, now. 12 rooms? Just seems a bit excessive. I don't think that sticks out far enough. You get one more, bucko. Oh, lovely. See, that helped me out twice there. Yeah, come on down, Tubbo. That's a more traps one, but I'm just, you know, you could argue that I'm getting a little, not desperate. That's the wrong word. But I really want there to be more stuff. And I hit another, like a side, I guess. Oh. So far, shield has protected me like 5 times in this vault, though. 20% is a lot. A 1 in 5 chance that I just don't take damage. This is the Vault Gods punishing me for my hubris, though. There I was at the very beginning of the vault being like, Brazier's so easy to complete. Definitely the easiest vault type to actually get the completion crate on. Here I am. 10 minutes have passed in the vault. And I have only found 2 of the 3 braziers. I should have known. Friends, I should have known. Okay, so this one doesn't have... So that one does? Okay, so I've made it back to the main room. So I need to start marking again. There we go. And you know what? This is just the first room we loot now. Oof. Harder for real. Also, that's a lot of zombie sounds for that not even being a zombie POI that I just spawned, so it must be above or below me. I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff fall down on my head. Or be crawling up from down below. From above. Oh no. I backed up a little bit too much. And I'm reasonably sure that it was the child zombie that caused that to happen. Okay. I can ignore you guys for a second. I didn't get the water bucket fast enough. Hey, but now there are skeletons too. Come on, keep coming. That would have been so cool if I hit. I didn't, but it would have been cool if I had. I tried to dash and I didn't have enough. Double downside to bullet dash, actually, while I'm talking about my experience with it, so that everybody else can make an informed decision about it. Harder to use as a tool to get around the dungeon. Because since it costs so much, because it is something, it is an ability that I have fully maxed out, in addition to anything else, don't get to use it as much around the vault. On the one hand, I'm really sad to hear that Dolph died, especially if it was due to lag. On the other hand, I'm glad it's not just me. Because I was really wondering if it was actually just that I have a lot of lag right now. But yeah, glad it's not just me that is struggling a little bit. Okay, let's get our water bucket out this time so that we were ready for it. And naturally, I don't need it. If you're prepared for it, you don't need it. So you just have to be prepared for it at all times, and then you'll never need to use it. Although it does seem like after relogging, my connection's a little bit better at least. I saw something really colorful and got excited. And I mean, like, catalyst fragments are definitely not something that I don't care about, but that was not what you know. I was hoping it was something new or different more than I was. Yeah, for a minute there I was like, ooh, what's that? Okay, so now I got that. Tenos, I am sorry that I failed you. Unfortunately, no dwellers spawned anyways, and that doesn't even get into the fact that I wasn't super duper trying to find them. My bad, bro. I apologize for failing. And can simply promise to do better in the future. To put forth a more sincere effort. Man, all that for 2 wooden chests. Although that one wasn't a mega one, I guess, so. That was a lot of guys down there protecting those 2 wooden chests, though. I wonder, chat, do you experience similar things? Where you will often fight way too hard to be like, by God, this POI is mine, I have claimed it, only to then find out, oh yeah, there's like 2 whole things here, it was just wooden chests and that's it. I quite often, on accident, end up fighting very hard for a POI, only to find out that it had a whole 1 wooden chest in it, and that was the sum total of the loot that was available. But that is one of those places where, like, more knowledge about what can be in the vaults is better, right? Like, if I was just more knowledgeable, then I would know that that's not a big deal and it's okay. I need that to be a little bit more than it is. Because I couldn't see it from the other side where I was looking. Man, wood would stick out pretty well. Probably should just grab this wood instead. Oh, one of these rooms. That's nice. I'm all sewn up on chromatic iron at the moment, but that's a nice find. I'm always happy to see it. If nothing else, it's like, it is an Omega room. I mean, technically, right? Or is it? Do mobs spawn in there? Can mob spawn in there? I don't know if they can, actually. my instinct was like, yeah, that's an Omega room. But then my brain was like, don't know if that's true, actually. I think mobs can spawn in there. It's probably not actually an Omega. There are some spawners in that room. Okay. Cool. My instincts were correct. Or my instincts weren't. My brain was. Because my instincts were like, that's an Omega room. They probably spawned below, since I don't see them. Giving me plenty of time to enjoy these beautiful wooden chests. Full of succulent wooden chest loot. Oh yeah, I can see him down there. I don't know if I've ever said succulent. I don't know if the words succulent wooden chest loot have ever been said together before just now. And I'm proud to have brought that to you. You know, that's the kind of like top-notch experience you get on the Your Buddy Z stream. Brand new phrases that you could have never imagined before. This is what I strive to bring you, my friends. I'm just gonna pillage. I don't think I'm getting super good loot at this point. Like, nothing standout's gonna happen for the remainder of this vault. Okay. Kinda... Oh. Wooden, lots of wooden though. And on the far side there's a gilded. Got a smooth 3 minutes left. Sir, you don't need to heal yourself. 4 of them? 4 seems a bit excessive. Goodness. You're waiting, thoughts still gone. Can't have taken the chances. Yeah, there's a storm on the loose, sirens in my head. All circuits are dead. My whole life spins into a frenzy. Now I'm stepping into the twilight zone. This is a madhouse, feels like being home. My beacon's been moved under moon and star. Where am I to go now that I've gone too far? Now, when the bullet hits the bone, see, you will come to know. When the bullet hits the bone. Can't get through, where are you? Night weighs heavy on his guilty mind. This far from the borderline. He knows damn well he has been cheated. Got another pog out of the completion crate, so I mean, like, you know, as much as people might say something about the completion crate, I got another pog. Didn't get a lot of other loot, but I got a pog. I mean, at this point, I guess, like, passing on a loot room, but getting a pog in the completion crate, I don't know. That's really just one of each ore, though. That's not... I mean, like, it's a good thing to have, but is it really, like, a big deal? Should I still be excited about that? Have I become jaded with how loot crate work? I may have become jaded with how loot crate work. So, I've got a lot of extra stuff here, so I'm trying to just grab the stuff that actually goes in here now. Thank you, Lothar, for your GOGs. Nothing. Nothing. Tra-la-la. Those both go in there. Okay, and then let's head upstairs to sort the rest of the loot. Flip through stuff really fast. Accidentally take out my pickup upgrade. And then we'll look at the loot we got. I think that's a pair of boots. Still no pizza night. But that's really on me. Because I'm skipping literally everything I have that could possibly be an ore room. Because I keep on getting things that are like, don't go to ore rooms. Okay, so a wand that has 21 ability power, 22% soul quantity, extra durability, and extra increased area of effect. And then some vault booties, which are not really better than what I have, but they do have ability power and percentage increased ability power, so I am going to hold on to them. Because I do have this weird aspiration that I'm going to build a mage build. I keep on saying that I'm going to do it. I'm making like a threat that I'm going to do it. But I still haven't. How much string do I have? Almost maxed out. Hear me out. Lothar, you have a good night, brother. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I hope you sleep well. Hear me out, chat. You know what would stand out really well in pretty much every single vault? Dang scaffolding wood. In almost every single vault, that would stand out. Except for, like, the beach one. I think that's the only thing that it wouldn't stand out in. Ooh. And I am loaded. So let me grab all this out. Oh, it was overflowing too. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I looked at that. I gotta put some kind of a passive thing on there so that way I'm not in danger of, like, hurting the server. I mean, it's only this loaded because I've been playing frequently today. Isn't great for bridging with. You know what? You're right. You're right. My plan failed immediately. Lothar continuing to bring the knowledge, even from his attempting to go to sleep. That is just the kind of champion level knowledge bringer that he is. Didn't there used to be a block that looked like this? I feel like there is. It's like a decoration block, isn't it? The missing texture, like the pink and black thing. There used to be a block that actually looked like that, right? Unobtainium. Yeah. So I just need unobtainium. But that used to be a decorative block, right? Like, you would get this stuff and it would be one of those. Maybe I just haven't been lucky and haven't gotten any of it yet. I mean, honestly, like any colored block would be standout for most things. So I could just make like, I don't know, dyed terracotta or concrete. That would be great blocks. That this light blue would stand out forever. You use yellow concrete? See, that makes sense. Yellow concrete's super standout. Some of these bad boys. Asphalt is any concrete powder and stone. And this is just stone cutting. Hold on. I mean, that's iron, though. That's the thing. That's obviously more expensive, because that's an actual material. And it's not like I have a lot of iron. At all. I'm probably thinking way too hard about this. Like, I'm putting way more effort into it than I should have. I'm just gonna keep running this deep slate. Whatever. Deep slate's plentiful. It's basically infinite. Yeah, but, like, who's gonna do that, though? I mean, listen, is it possible that I will eventually have... Is it possible that I eventually have so much netherite that I can say, yeah, I'll happily throw this away just as blocks in the vault? Since I don't even know if that's true, because there's nothing in this pack that makes getting netherite easy. Other than just, like, randomly getting it in the vault, I guess. Do it once and you're set for life. Oh, right, because it makes it... It makes more of itself, doesn't it? You know what? That's right. It infinitely makes more of itself. I'm doing it. Hold on. I even have... But you need 4 of them to start, right? I think you need 4 of them to start. Yeah, you need 4 of them to start. Okay. Hang it off. Okay. And I do that, and I get 1 block, and I do that, and I get 5. Okay, so, yeah. That's what I'll be doing off camera. Off camera, I will make enough of this that I can just use it forever as my block. I'm going to do that. That's fine. But for this next vault, let me just grab that cobbled deep slate out. Thank you for the tips, Lothar. Please get your sleep if you want it, brother. But I'd love to have you stay with me as long as you want to. I will. I will do that. Thank you. Uh, 7-0? 7-0, 7-0, 7-0, 7-0, 7-0. Snow fell. This is the first time I've been in this theme. This looks beautiful. I love the snow particle effects. What? Is that just something in the vault? Oh my gosh, I want to know what this is. What causes this? Is it the blocks up there or is it the vault? I want more of this. Also, this white concrete powder I'm just going to take. Thank you, Vault, for providing me with some random resources. Also, myelite crystal? Do I need the silky? I wonder. Time started? What? I didn't leave the room. That's cheap, Vault. That's cheap. Alright. Well. Getting cool blocks is done, I guess. Richer ores, harder mobs. Okay. Let me put back on my not silk touch pickaxe before I forget. But hey, the first modifier is for ore, so if I actually find a decent ore room. I don't want more traps. Wah. Wah. I didn't go through the door though. That feels... It feels wrong. More souls, more traps. That's this. I clicked it too quick. Oh. Man. I'm so silly. I know one of these friggin' snow blocks is also going to be powdered snow. I can just feel it. It's going to be one of the ones, too, like, right on the edge. Like, there won't be any blocks underneath it. I'll just sink into, like, a powdered snow and immediately fall through the floor. And then end up in the basement area of the vault, of the room that I'm in. More mobs for chores. Hey! So I just really need to find, like, an ore room. And I'd be doing fantastic. I've got double better ores. And then, of course, I find a blacksmith, which has nothing to do with that, but obviously I'm going to loot this. Because gear's still a concern for me. What? Get out of here. Nothing up there. Okay. So let's head down first. I do love a good Omega room. Especially this early in the vault where I really get to just enjoy it. I mean, I would enjoy it regardless. But I'm happy that it hit so early so that way I can really enjoy it. Also, for reasons, I'm going to take these pipes. I've had an idea related to those. Hey, there's the trap kicking in. And every time it happens, I'm like, I just don't think it should happen in an Omega room. But I'm not salty about it. I just think that that's like, if the point of an Omega room would be to get like some loot and it's ultra rare, yada yada yada, it'd be nice if there weren't traps. But honestly, it's not even the Omega room that bothers me. You know what would bother me? Or what one bothers me the most? If you've been on my streams before, you know which one bothers me the most. But it's X-Mark rooms. If you actually manage to complete an X-Mark room, which is really hard already, I just feel like that none of the chests down there should be trapped. Who's with me? Let's fight Iskall on this. No more trap chests in X-Mark rooms, chat. Let's raise the banner of defiance. And I mean, I didn't have a lot of modifiers that were relevant to this, but that was very few chests. But I'm just happy to be part of it. There's the one I came from. Okay. Although, I've got my 3 braziers, actually, so should I continue? I guess. Doesn't that look so fancy? Show me a POI for this room. Oh, or... Oh, I like the little White Walker guys. They're cool. Let me benefit from this copiously a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, strays. Strays are terrible, though. Hey. Ooh, pillage for loot that doesn't ruin the timer? Thank you. Very kind of you. Happily will I accept this great benefit that has been placed upon me. What you got for me, Tenos? Kill horde mobs? Brother. Please. Allow me to sacrifice them in your name. Excuse me there, horde mobs. I'm on a mission from God. Oh, you're not a horde mob. You're some kind of a tank, but a miniature version, and therefore infinitely worse. Oof. Ooh, I got a good song. Phantom Racer by Twerp, for those of you who are interested. Okay, and this is also a corner. So nice. I'm glad that my first ore room was in a corner. Let's head back. Very appropriate for me running through a vault. Can't slow down this time. Gotta rev it up and go. Gotta keep it in the lines. Tonight there's blood on the road. Keep the pedal down. They're gonna know how this felt. No one gets into heaven without racing through hell. Eye for eye, lap for lap. There's no turning back. You've got to slow down. Feels like my blood is running hot. The needle's in the red. Give it everything you've got. Can't escape the blood and steel. Death behind the wheel. Ooh, 13 raw carbon. What a great pillage that was. I think this is gonna be my first room. Yep. I'm burning up the road. I got 'em dead in my sights. And when the rubber meets the bone, there'll be vengeance tonight. Hear the crowd roar. calling for blood, begging for more. I'ma keep my heart beating like a piston in my chest. 'Cause I'm a phantom racer, justice in a steel machine of death. I'll be right behind you, over and over again. 'Cause I was born to race, and I would die to win. I ran out of blocks. Listen, chaps. I tried to activate dash twice. It even went on cooldown. You know what? It was on cooldown. That's not fair to the game. It was on cooldown already. I just used it to escape that room, so of course it was on cooldown. Foolish. Foolish Z. Not remembering which abilities you had used and that were on cooldown. And besides all that, we cannot only focus on the negative. We cannot just complain. We gotta think positively. We gotta have fun. And it's actually very easy. I don't know if it's coming across, because I know that I've complained about a few things, but I am actually having a lot of fun still. Even with everything that I've said tonight, I'm having a blast. I kind of feel like it could be better. This is all. I would have made different decisions. That's all. That's all I'm really saying. Let's see what's up in this room. And also heal. I definitely need to heal. These little White Walker guys are so cool, actually. And besides, I got two ore modifiers and then found a bunch of ore. What is there to even be complaining about? Aside from bow strays. Bow strays are good to complain about. I mean, not that they're a challenge for ya boy. Gather up, guys. Come on now. Cool thing about Bullet Dash. You kind of get the effect for a few seconds. So if you continue to walk forward as you're doing it while you're still under the effects of it, you will continue to hurt people with, like, your movement. Seven minutes left. See? Because I hit this and stopped moving. But because I just pushed myself forward into the spot, I kept on doing damage to everything. I'm sure you saw it there because you are a savvy and astute viewer. I just broke my pick. Oh, because it was a normal pick. Why was I using a normal pick? Gross. You know what? I'm glad it's gone. Okay, I'm not glad it's gone because I don't have a vanilla immortality pick yet. So, I'm either going to have to make a vanilla immortality pick or make a new one. But, you know, that's not a big loss. I can't believe I'm not going to finish this quest for Tenos, though. It seemed at the outset Like such an easy quest to do. And then unfortunately, it was not as easy to do as I originally anticipated. What a nice, weirdly open room. The room's like, screw you, buddy. What do you mean, weirdly, nicely open? We're gonna have a sniper battle? Okay. Nice try, bro. Hey, that was some unidentified leggings. And a focus. And an axe. 2 of those 3 things might actually be beneficial. Zenos, I'm sorry. I tried. I didn't ignore it. I tried. It was just a lot. 100 is a lot. Let's check the vendor. Man, a lot of stuff. Hey, I need a helmet. I'll take it. Maybe it'll be good for us. 3 minutes and I'm like 3 rooms away. Ooh, that was very mistimed. That was very mistimed. Well, oh no, I did it again. Thank you. Thank you for bouncing me. I'm just gonna bail. I completed the crate. I got multiple ore rooms. Ore rooms were the thing that was good for me in this vault anyways. Chests are like 50% more trapped or whatever. However that math actually works out. And that's all I was seeing in that room anyways. Oh my gosh. Guys. Guys, please. Ooh, but you know what I can do with the last couple of minutes? Grab out my Silk Touch again and get some more of this glass. I don't know if this will actually be something that I can find a point for a build, but I like it. And you know what? Sometimes you just do something because you like it, you know? You know, chat? Sometimes you just do stuff because you like it. You don't really need a better reason than that. At least I don't. I don't need a better reason than that. 44. Let's see what the crate's got for us. A shield, a capstone, a lemon, a seal, some foci, and some gold. How much gold am I up to? 197? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's for building around the base. I need to take this one, and I'm going to put the pipes in there. I have a thought. That azurine's not going to be anywhere else. That's going to be like a block for over here. White concrete powder could be in a couple of different locations, because this is sort of the chest for like stuff I'm actively building with or that required me to actually make something. That's what these chests be here for, if you were wondering. Dang, I actually got a lot of gear. I wonder how much of it will translate into something that is usable. And look at all those ores. It is a thing of beauty. And pop those foci back out. I didn't get any living chests or gilded chests. Question mark, it's broken. Ooh, also I have a full 8 stacks of vault rocks. Who's, got a good amount of vault rocks. We'll pass it around the server if anybody feels like they need. I mean, if I, who am not really trying to make stuff happen, have enough, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that everybody else has enough. But just on the off chance that somebody could use some more, I'll make the offer. We have a lot of people on, and there are still some people like Shano, Taiga, I'm on the server, but Shano on Twitch is low. Lita's low in terms of vault levels, so they might need some. Yeah, see, I have 5 points of connection, or 5 bars. So, man, the server just must have been struggling. Okay, so let's go check our gear. See if we get anything fancy. I'm hopeful for this new helmet. Ooh. It's got a heck of a look to it. Some trap disarm, some cooldown reduction, which is really nice. Well, I don't need CER. What I need is mana regen. So that's not as big of a deal as I was thinking. But I might be able to roll this. It's got good implicits. So I might be able to roll this around into something good. So let's hold on to that. That does not stand out to me. A lot of these pieces did end up scrappy, unsurprisingly. Ooh, I did get a legendary wand, though, with 42% soul quantity. And a high ability power. And it has, I mean, like, if I was doing a mage build, maybe the CDR would actually be worth it. How's the sword look? Because mine's not great. Again. If I switch to my sword. So first off, it's soul bound, so that's nice in and of itself. 19 attack damage is good. That's technically less than what I have on the other one, because the other one has, like, attack damage as a prefix. Yeah, I mean, like, the implicits on it is good, so if I could, like, if I had more resources and could move this around a little bit, maybe I could turn it into something good, but I don't, is the problem. I look at the dumb axe and I'm like, oh, it's so good. The vault boots aren't bad. 16 armor? That's a high roll. For the bonus armor, I mean the base armor is like the lowest it could be. The shield, I just got a new shield, so I'm probably not interested. And then the legendary wand, of course. It had a good implicit roll too, so I could... I mean, like, it's legendary, right? So you don't want to roll it around, but I could. But I think... So these pieces here are not worth the effort. I'll go ahead and let those go. But yeah, let's mess around with this helmet, see what we can come up with. Not that one, this one, okay. So, do I really care about any of the stuff that is in the prefixes? Not really. Bonus armor is nice, but that's not what I'm here for. So since I don't care about really any of the prefixes, I guess I'll just wild it. Ooh, mana regen, trap disarm, 6 armor, 12 armor base. That's a good helmet. For me, for what I'm doing right now. Because, man, mana regen, and it's a pretty high roll, too. I was just talking about that, right? So let's fill these empty slots. We've got 2 empty prefixes, so let's go. We get knockback resistance. I mean, it's a max roll. It's not very exciting, but it's, you know. And increased attack damage. You know what? I mean, that's a pretty low roll for the increased attack damage. Well, it's mid. Right? It's 3% above maximum. So, yeah, it's somewhere in the middle. And now I am losing out on some, because I did have 14 on this, but I'm gaining so much more armor that it just seems like that's a no-brainer. So I will have to go... So for... Hold on. Okay. Transmog. I keep on going to somebody else to use their transmog table, but this isn't even that crazily expensive, so... I should just do this. I should just make it myself. So 3 chromatic steel, which I happen to already have. 2 driftwood, enchanting table, and vault essence. I gotta change the look of it. As cool as a cat face is, I kind of have a theme right now, as you may have noticed. I think I only need 1 of that too. It is crazy how much vault essence you get. 2 of the driftwood. Okay. This needs to have like a compacting recipe, is what I think. There just needs to be like a way to store this more efficiently. And then I wouldn't even be mad about it. But I really don't think there is one. Because I think I tried to just do a 9x9 of it. And I mean, it's not like you don't use a lot of it. It's just like, for me, I haven't needed to use a lot of it. And I've got so much of it. What's that? Banished Soul? I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Use it for the regret flask, I guess. So if I end up hating Bullet Dash, I would have to use it to get out of that. A Vault Artisan Station. I already made one of those. Champ. Yeah, I mean, there's not. I know there's not. I don't know why I'm trying to act like I can somehow figure out that there is one, because there isn't one. And then I should have, yes, an enchanting table over here somewhere. And then a crafting table. There we go. And then for the homies, for the benefit of my vault dwelling friends, and because I haven't actually needed the second wardrobe, I'm going to put the transmog table here. So that way, if anybody shows up in my base and they're thinking, boy howdy, it'd be nice if I could switch off. Need that dark mecha helmet. Thank you very much. Oh, and I've got to enchant it too, you know? I don't think I've done that. Yeah, I didn't do that with either of these pieces. Come here, emeralds. Shield, unbreaking. Let's go. Helmet, everything. Okay. So now we will put that on, and boy, we look fantastic. I mean, we look the same, but that's fantastic is what that is. And then we will recycle. Well, you know what? There's some people on the server. I mean, it still has full repairs. I just didn't ever end up using it. But man, that's a good helmet. What an upgrade we got, chat. I'm glad you're all as excited as I am. Man, that's a good helmet. Okay. So anyways, as you may or may not be able to figure out on your own, I'm getting tired, right? So I'm going to end the stream and then go give this helmet to Lita. If you guys are watching on YouTube, you know, you could be part of the live discussion if you went over to twitch.tv/yourbuddyz. And if you're watching on Twitch and you missed a part of the episode or want to rewatch the VOD, you can find me at youtube.com/@yourbuddyz. Please follow me here on Twitch, subscribe to me on YouTube, so that way you can never miss out on an episode. And also, you know what, just to make me feel better, because it makes me feel better if you guys are hanging out with me. It makes it more enjoyable, for sure, to have people to hang out with and talk to while I'm doing this. Anyways, I will see you in the next stream. Goodbye, guys.